So welcome into the hot shop. I know it's just YouTube, but I'm gonna kind of test out the volume of my mic and test out the closed captioning, which is not up on the screen yet. But today we have a couple of different things going on in the hot shop. At the center bench we have our Museum of Glass hot shop team. They work here full time, and they are going to be working on some of these goblets that you're seeing on the front pedestals, both to your right and your left. And then over on the far right, we're going to be having these ornament workshops going on the entire day today. And I've been told that there's one more spot available at 11:30, and that's pretty much it. This workshop is pretty popular. But yeah, we're just getting started in the hot shop today. Okay, so what we have at the center bench, also I do have closed captioning on the screen now. We have the bowl portion of our goblet, which of course is the drinking portion. And we've created something called the avolio. It's this small connection point here, connecting the stem and the cup or the bowl. And we're just trying to keep this piece of glass warm for the most part. We're not editing it too much right here. We've just brought over another pipe, and we'll attach this right to the center of the bottom of our avolio. And this allows us to break it off of its original pipe. So we've basically just flipped the orientation of the piece. Now at the center bench, we've thinned the glass out just around the opening of the piece by pulling with a pair of tweezers. Then we trim off that excess glass. And usually when we are working on goblets, kind of component by component, we'll make multiple of one component and set them aside just so that we have kind of a stockpile. So we may see them make multiple of these bowls before they move on to actually making the stems and connecting everything together. And over on the right side of the hot shop, by the way, this is something that we're not going to see with the goblets today, is we're seeing some colored glass. And the way that they're getting color over there is through something called frit, which are basically shards of colored glass. And lucky for me, I actually kind of have an example. It's just basically like colored sand. And we just roll the clear molten glass inside of it to pick it up. It gives a speckled appearance to the colored glass. And welcome into the hot shop to those who just joined over there. We have two different things going on today. I'm mostly going to be focusing on the center bench. This is our Museum of Glass hot shop team here, and they will usually help visiting artists that come through. They'll make store items, but today we are practicing and working on some goblets, which you can see some examples of these on the two front pedestals on either side of me. And we're just working with all clear glass today. This is something that I was describing to the rest of the audience, but we're working with colored glass over on the right, and that is one of the bigger differences you'll see between the two benches today. But they're making some ornaments over there. This is actually a workshop, so the people who sit down at the bench on the right, they actually do not work with glass regularly themselves. And I've been told that we have some spots open at the 11:30 slot for the ornament making workshop if anyone is interested in trying it out. And I think that this workshop is continuing throughout Sunday. Yeah, all the way through Sunday. So we have so many different options available for you guys to participate. Also, at the center bench, we've just broken this little piece off the end of our pipe, and we placed it inside of the garage, which is a silver box right here. And this just keeps the glass at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. We just want to make sure it doesn't cool down too much that it cracks and breaks while we get the rest of the piece ready. Also, if you guys are having a hard time hearing me over there, I just want to point out I have closed captioning on the screen, and yeah, it helps out a lot. Also, yeah, I have realized I haven't really given an overview of the hot shop itself. So if you haven't been in one before, just to point out a couple of important things, one of which is our glass furnace. This is super important. It's the large tank with the closed door specifically. We do have two of these glass furnaces, one on either side of the center bench. These hold up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass at just about 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. It's a really impressive amount of heat. And it keeps the glass at kind of a honey texture, molten all the way through at that temperature 24/7. Then we have these open face furnaces, which you can see at each bench. These are to reheat the glass, of course, so you see us using them pretty frequently. And they run up to about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. We don't really turn it any higher than that. Now, at the center bench, we're going to see an interesting technique. We have a clear bubble of glass that's already been blown, and we're just bringing over a solid bit of clear. This is fresh out of the furnace, completely molten, dropped onto the end of the bubble, and then spread evenly over top. And just kind of based off of what I've previously seen, I assume we'll heat this up and then stuff it inside of a mold to give ridges to just that glass we applied, that solid glass on the end. So half of the bubble will have a texture from a mold, and then half of the bubble will just be very smooth and even. Yeah, I wish I had a good example of how this technique turns out, but we don't have any up here. Also, this is our first finished piece that we're seeing over on the right. So if you're curious as to what this box is, this is an annealer. And we're putting the glass inside of there. It's going to stay at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit in this box. And then with the press of a button at the end of the day, after they've completely filled it up and they're all done, they will slowly cool that glass for about 12 hours. Yeah, and that annealing cycle is really important. It prevents the glass from breaking from thermal shock. Now, the center bench, we have already stuffed this bubble inside of a mold, and we're now going in with some tweezers, and we're kind of accentuating these ridges that we've gotten from the mold. And by doing this, the metal is pulling heat out of the glass. It's making those ridges more solid as well, which is hopefully going to keep the shape even better. Yeah, I know I've had a few new people join here and there, so welcome into the hot shop once again. And today we have two different things going on, which I'm sure you guys have already noticed. We have our ornament making, kind of float making workshops over on the right. And then at the center bench, we have our Museum of Glass hot shop team, and they are working on making some goblets, kind of like what you're seeing on the front pedestals. And this is sort of in preparation for Goblet Week. They told me it's a little bit of practice, a little bit of just if it turns out, then they might use it. But Goblet Week is coming up. That's January 15 to 19, an entire week where a different artist comes in every day and they create their own variety of goblets that entire day. And then they finish off the week by having a wine tasting where they sell all the goblets. It's a really fun week and event. And yeah, this is kind of hyping me up about it with this piece that we're making at the center bench. Now, this is a pretty different technique than anything you're seeing on the front pedestals. So far, all these bubbles have just been really smooth. We haven't used a lot of texture, but this time we've stuffed the bubble into a mold and gotten ridges on the end of our bubble. And we're continuing to blow this out and accentuate those ridges, and it's kind of a trust the process moment. You'll have to see how it turns out. But I believe that half of the bubble is supposed to have texture, half of the bubble is supposed to be more smooth. I think that's how it turns out. But this is the first one that they're trying with this technique. And it looks like they weren't happy with it, so we're dunking it in some water, breaking it apart. I know, no worries. We'll continue to work throughout the day, but I know, yeah, it happens frequently. So we'll start from the beginning, which I know a ton of new people just joined in, so this tank with the closed door in the back you're seeing there, that is our glass furnace. So this is where we start all of our projects. We've just gathered a fresh layer of clear on the end of a blowpipe. And so far, by the way, we've just been working on the bowl of the goblet so far, just that drinking portion. And we create multiple of these, set them aside, and then we start making the stems one by one and attaching everything together. So we've just blown this bubble into our glass. We're making sure that this bubble stays in this kind of long tapered shape. So it looks like we might be doing the same technique as last time. So we've created our bubble. We're letting it sit and cool down because we will be dropping fresh molten clear glass on top. We don't want to change the shape of the bubble or the glass that we have so far. We just want to add glass to it. By the way, this is a very similar technique as something called a color drop or a color overlay, where we melt down some glass color on the end of a pipe and then we drop it on top of a bubble and kind of spread this over top. And that creates a smooth layer of color throughout the entire piece. So anything that you see that has kind of a quote-unquote solid color across the piece, this is how they do that, just with colored glass. And we've just heated up this glass again after doing a little bit of shaping, and we've stuffed it into an optic mold on the floor. And we have a variety of different molds. Most of them have ridges going from the top to the bottom on the inside of them. So we have all these really small ridges around the entire bubble now. And just to mention for any newcomers, if you have any questions at all, feel free to just grab my attention and let me know. I even have videos that I can play that show off certain techniques and the way that we get color and the insides of those optic molds that I was talking about. We have tons of different things I can show off. So we're just very, very slowly blowing this bubble out at the center bench. And we keep cutting off these end pieces, I assume, just to make sure that that same ridged pattern is going all the way to the very end of the bubble. Yeah, just to orient you all a little bit, this is, once again, this is the bowl portion of the goblet, so the drinking portion that goes on top, of course. And the bottom of the bowl is usually the area of the bubble furthest away from the pipe. So the bottom of the bowl is going to have those ridges all the way around the side. And then the top of the bowl is going to be pretty smooth and straight, using that remaining glass near the pipe. So it looks like we finished kind of that overall shape for our bowl. So we're starting the avolio. And luckily we have all these lovely examples on the front pedestals, but the avolio is really just this tiny little component here that connects the bowl to the stem. And we'll always create this avolio, and then we will work on the stem and the foot separately. So these guys usually do anyways. And to finish off the end of the avolio, this is sandwiched between the jacks and a wooden paddle at the same time, so we can really flatten that glass into a disc. So you can already kind of see how this bowl is going to turn out a little bit. It has that texture on the lower half. It looks like it's going to be a lower and squatter shape, probably a little bit wider. Yes, so we've just attached another pipe to the bottom of the Evolio, and then we broke the piece off of its original pipe. This is something we do for basically any blown piece. We just have to flip the orientation so that we can start opening it up from that other side and finishing it off. So it may be pretty small, so you might not be able to see it, but when we broke this piece off, this left behind a small opening where it was connected to the blowpipe. So now we can start to go in and physically open this up and just flare it out a little bit. So to start opening this up, we go in with a pair of tweezers. We're pulling more than we're pinching right here, trying to stretch out the glass just around the opening. And this is to thin the glass out. So to get rid of that excess thickness, we quite literally cut it away. And now we have just a very perfectly smooth and straight opening. The glass is nice and thin. We never want the lip to be thick where our mouths are touching the glass, so we usually tend to trim that glass away. And of course, this glass is so thin that we have to keep going back and forth between the furnace and the bench. We're trying to make sure everything stays at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which sounds really hot, but at that point the glass is solid. And if it were to get any lower than that, then we risk thermal shock. So we just keep everything warm. And then we're also spot heating just the very front of the piece. And now we're using a different tool. So these two blades, they look very similar to what we were just using, but we have wooden blades instead of metal blades. And using these wooden blades, we can actually push the tips of them on the inside of the piece and kind of widen it from the inside without worrying about scraping or gouging or leaving any marks behind in our piece. And these wooden blades do get used up over time, but the wooden blades are replaceable. We can just kind of push them into a slot that we have on the tool. And just like that, we've finished our bowl. So we're just keeping this warm. We're heating up this area where the glass is physically connected to the pipe. And then we will break it off onto a heated tray and set it aside while we create the stem for it, probably. So once again, this is specifically a heated tray. We don't want the glass to touch any cold metal, otherwise it can really easily crack it. And to keep it warm, this is going in the garage, which I pointed out to some of you guys earlier who are already here, but this keeps the glass warm at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. There's a flame in the corner of it, and this round shape helps the air circulate a little bit better. Yeah, so I was just getting some good questions about kind of the teamwork concept of glass blowing, and yeah, obviously it's really obvious that everyone has to be a team player down in the hot shop floor and help each other out quite a bit. And it's really hard to blow glass on your own, so usually you'll see teams of 3 people, if not more, working on a piece of glass. Say like 3 or 4 is pretty normal or average. You can kind of make it work with 2, and technically you can blow glass by yourself, but you're very limited. You can make small things like ornaments and little cups, for example. Also, since they successfully made that bowl that we just saw, it looks like they may be making another one just while that process is fresh in their minds. And yeah, for those who just joined in, I just wanted to mention we're working on the bowl of a goblet right now, which once again are the drinking portions of the goblet. And I do have closed captioning up on the screen. I know it can get a little bit echoey and loud in here with all the overlapping sounds. And yeah, the people who are working at the center bench, they work here full time at the Museum of Glass. They usually help visiting artists that come through, or they make store items. But today's a little bit special. We're working on some goblets specifically. And this is kind of in preparation for Goblet Week, which will be January 15 to 19. An entire week of goblet making where different artists come in every day and work on their own style of goblets. And then they finish the week off by having a wine tasting where they sell a lot of those goblets as well. That'll be on the 18th if anyone's curious. And of course, over on the right, we have some workshops going on. And I've been mentioning here and there that we have an 11:30 ornament workshop open. And everything else is completely full, but if anyone's interested in that 11:30 one. So the piece that we just finished, once again, was the bowl of a goblet. And this had a ridged texture on the lower half of the bowl, and then it just had this smooth glass as the upper half of the bowl. And this is how we create that pattern. So we've applied some fresh molten glass to the end of a bubble. We immediately stuffed it into a mold to get those ridges, and now we're accentuating those ridges using these tweezers. So the center bench, we've started to blow this bubble out quite a bit. We're continuously picking the end of the bubble off just to make sure that the ridges go all the way to the very end of the bubble and they stay that same texture. And the only difference, or the only thing that you'll see over on the right that you're not seeing at the center bench, is they're using color for the different ornaments and floats that they're making over there. And the color that we're using is specifically frit, which are shards of colored glass. All we have to do is roll the clear glass into the color, and that picks the shards up. So we have kind of a speckled layer of color. Also, yes, I just finished an ornament over on the right bench. We're setting this inside of the annealer. So if you haven't seen this box already, this holds anything we put inside of it at just about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. And then at the end of the day, once we are done with all of our pieces, we just press a button and cool everything for about 12 hours. So we won't see those pieces again until at least tomorrow. Now, front and center, we have just finished the overall shape of the bowl for our goblet. And we've brought over a bit of clear, started to attach this to the very end of our bubble. And this is creating the ovolio, which is basically just a connection point between the stem and the bowl of the goblet. And next we just attached a pipe to the very end of the ovolio. Once again, that kind of connection point. and we broke the piece off from its original pipe. This basically just gives us access to the other side of the piece. There's no other reason that we do this. So now we'll be able to start opening, flaring this piece out if we want. And right here, Ben isn't trying to alter the shape, he's just centering the pipe to the bottom of the piece, making sure that everything turns out super symmetrical down the line. And to start opening this piece up, we first use tweezers to pull at the opening. This is just thinning the glass out just at the end of the piece. Then we trim all that excess glass off. And now we can just start opening this piece up a little bit more normally, now that we've trimmed that excess off. So it looks like we finished the bowl of the goblet off, so we're getting ready to break it off by torching this area where the glass is physically connected to the pipe until we see some movement in that connection. And then we will physically cut at that connection. And cutting at this connection is both thinning it out and causing these really small cracks in the glass from thermal shock, enough for us to pop it right off onto this heated tray. And this heated tray then carries this piece of glass over to the garage, which will keep it warm at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And I've just heard that we might start putting some of these goblets together. So that means we'll probably start with the stem and build the foot upon the stem, and then eventually we'll bring the bowl back over and attach everything together. So we're getting to kind of the point where we bring everything together. And I know that some new people have joined here and there, so I just want to give a quick overview of the hot shop once again while we're still getting started on this stem. So first off, our glass furnace. This is where we start all of our projects. It's this large tank with the closed door. And we do have 2 of these in the hot shop, but they hold the molten glass mixture at about 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And it holds up to 1,000 pounds of that mixture. And you'll see when we come out, but the texture of this fresh molten glass is a lot like honey. And of course, it is kind of a yellow or orange color just because of how hot the glass is. It's radiating light as well as heat. And these open face furnaces, these only get up to about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, but they're used to reheat the glass only. So there's nothing physically inside of those furnaces. You could kind of just imagine a swirling ball of fire inside. So we've quickly blown a clear bubble of glass at the center bench, and we stuffed it in another one of our molds. And this mold has given us ridges all the way from the top to the bottom of the bubble. And we completely trim the end of the glass off, leaving us with just this small blown ball of glass with that same ridges, or the same ridges of texture. So just like any other piece of glass we work on the hot shop, we have to make sure it's staying warm. So we're going in and out of the furnace briefly every now and then. Just making sure nothing gets cold enough to crack. And it looks like we have prepared another small bubble of glass that we're bringing over and attaching to the very end of this ball. So this is creating a hollow stem, or blown stem. It's basically this portion of the piece. And all four of these goblets right here, they all have hollow stems. And once again, welcome to anyone that has recently joined into the hot shop. I am mostly focusing on the center bench, but just real quick, over on the right, we have been having some ornament and float making workshops going on over there. And so luckily we are getting to see a little bit of colored glass today. They're working with some color over there. But at the center bench, we are working with all clear glass, and we're making some goblets, which these guys are our Museum of Glass hot shop team. So they're working here making these goblets in preparation for Goblet Week, which is January 15 to 19, just mostly getting some practice in. And we're at the point where we have created the stem, and soon we'll get ready to create the foot of our goblet. Now this is a really important step. We've created a disc at the end of our stem, and we've just attached this blown bubble. We're knocking a portion of this bubble off, which leaves an opening behind into that remaining section. And from here, we can go inside and flare this open wide into a plate-like shape to create the foot for our goblet. So these are all blown feet. They are really delicate and thin, and this is a pretty difficult technique. And I know some of you guys joined a little bit later, so I want to mention we already created the bowl of our goblet, which is the drinking portion. We have them set aside. They're staying warm inside of this silver box right here called the garage. So whenever you see us working with this box, we're probably getting ready to pull out the bowl. So Goblet Week is an entire week of goblet making in the hot shop. And I mean, technically it's 5 days. We're not open 7 days of the week, so it'd be Wednesday through Sunday. But it's January 15 through 19, I believe. And there will be a different professional artist down on the hot shop floor every single day. And then close to the end of the week, on Saturday, they have a wine tasting where they sell all the goblets as well. So it's just a pretty exciting week. And the last time they had it, I think it completely sold out. It was just so successful that they decided to do it again. And it'll probably continue. But yeah, I'm excited for the event personally. It's always really fun to see the work be made and then have the option to buy it. It's not super frequent that that happens here in this hot shop because there's so many professionals from across the world that come in, and they're usually making gallery work or exhibition work or personal sale work, you know? So at the center bench, we've finished touching up the stem and the foot, and we're bringing over another pipe. This will be attached just to the center of the bottom of our foot, allowing us to completely break the stem off of the pipe that it was originally built on. And most importantly, this just gives us access to the top of the stem. So pretty soon here, we'll either apply a fresh hot bit of glass or we'll superheat the top of the stem and bring that bowl over and attach everything together. And this happens super quickly. We have to work with this glass fast so that it doesn't break or get so hot that it melts and kind of changes shape. So this is the moment. We're just making sure this goblet is staying warm. We're bringing over a fresh bit of clear, and just a very small amount of this is attached to the top of the stem. And then we immediately bring over that bowl and assemble everything together. We break away this smaller kind of secondary pipe that we use to bring the bowl over. And just like that, all of our components are together. Don't celebrate too early. We have to get it off of the pipe first. But yeah, from here we just have to touch everything up, make sure everything is straightened out, and then we'll break it off and put it inside of the annealer. And I think it looks like we're using the one on the left today. So when we put the piece away, it's going inside of that box on the left side of the hot shop. Yeah, so the hot shop was built to originally be a hot shop, and the museum, including the hot shop, opened in 2002. But there is a story behind it, where we used to have all these wood burners along the waterway to burn leftover wood scraps from logging. And this is basically that same exact shape. It's just kind of paying tribute to what the area used to be and used to be used for. Yeah, it's just kind of flashy. It is also tilted on its side to give us more floor space, but other than that, to break this goblet off of the pipe, we're applying a little bit of water to the very end of the pipe and then tapping. And it looks like that was a successful break, so let's give them a round of applause for finishing that goblet. Thank you. Yeah, that was our first goblet of the day done. And that was very successful. We'll just continue to work on these goblets throughout the day. Today we'll see a variety of different shapes and sizes and patterns, kind of like what you see on the front pedestals. That one that we made was even more different though. The bubble itself had a texture on the bottom of it, which is really fun. Now we'll see what they work on next. Sometimes they'll make multiple bowls over and over again, just so that if one of them breaks, they can just pull out another one and attach it to the stem instead. And it lets them get into the flow of things. Now there is something I should probably share. So we aren't working with color at the center bench. They are working with color over on the right, but it is a different method than what you usually see. So I have a video that I can play, and this will give you knowledge you can apply to pieces you see in the gallery. So could I have the color overlay video, please?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300-degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
Yeah, so that's a really common way to color glass, and I'm sure you've seen a lot of the pieces in the gallery already, but they'll have that really smooth, even layer of color, and that's how they get that color. But over on the right, we're using a completely different coloring method, which is frit, kind of these shards of colored glass. So if you look at the piece, they have kind of these splotches or spots of color, just like this glass right here. So it's pretty different coloring method, same material, just a different form. And at the center bench, it looks like we're actually building another stem, so we're going to see another goblet assembled. And this bowl for the goblet is completely different than our last one, so the goblet overall will be pretty different too. We've just blown a small bubble of clear, brought it over, and we're creating a hollow stem using this bubble. And just to mention, in case anyone didn't know, if you have any questions, feel free to just grab my attention and ask away. And I have even more kind of diagrams and videos of different techniques and molds that we're using today, for example, so lots of knowledge to share. Now this tool here, these are the diamond shears. And the only reason they're called diamond shears is because of that shape the blades make when they come together. But we use them to hold onto the glass very frequently, kind of stretch it out or lengthen a piece of glass. And we've been using them continuously throughout this process. We keep discovering more and more pieces of glass that were like buried in the earth. I know I went to the Met, the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York, and I saw a piece of glass that was from, I think it was 500 AD or something, and it had a texture and pattern a lot like Chihuly's wavy bowls. It had kind of this edge that was all wavy. It was really interesting. I'm like, okay, so this technique has been around for a really long time. But yeah, that was super interesting, but I'm sure that there's even more history on glass, and I just don't know about it, sadly. Yeah, we have another MC that works here, and he has a lot of knowledge on history. He will be giving a lecture on goblets, for example, the history of goblets and goblet making during Goblet Week as well. I think it's either Saturday or Sunday. Yeah, I know, it's crazy. So you can actually bend and melt, in a way, pieces of glass over just a little candle flame, as long as it's like a thin strand of glass. But yeah, it does get hot enough to be able to work with the glass. And at Pilchuck, which is a glass school about 2 hours north, a couple of years ago or so, they had a session where they were teaching people how to build furnaces out of clay and straw and wood fire. It was really interesting. Also, we're at the point again where we are creating the foot for our goblet. We've just attached another blown bubble. We've sectioned it off, and we're breaking this end section away, which leaves a small opening behind for those who haven't seen this process yet. We'll next go inside and kind of flare it open into a plate-like shape from here. There's a lot of people that just joined in. So we do have a couple of different things going on in the hot shop at the same time, which you can see already. These are two completely separate projects and groups. At the center bench, this is where I'm focusing on the most part. We have our Museum of Glass hot shop team, and they are working on some goblets, which we have examples of on the two front pedestals. And this is in preparation for Goblet Week. They're getting some practice in, and if some of them turn out perfect, then they might even sell some of them during Goblet Week, I would assume. But yeah, Goblet Week is an entire week of goblet making. It'll be January 15 to 19. We'll have different artists coming in every single day during that week, and they'll make their own style, shape, color of goblet. And then over on the right, we have some different workshops going on throughout the day today. These are ornament and float workshops. And I was told that we have an 11:30 workshop open if anyone's curious or wants to grab that slot. But yeah, you come down on the floor, you sit down on the bench, and you quite literally make your own ornament. Yeah, speaking of kind of this workshop that we have going on the right, the people who are helping blow glass, helping these people have their first hands-on experiences, they're part of a group called Hilltop Artists, which they are very tied in with the museum. I'm an alumni of that program. Trent's an alumni of that program, the one who's gathering out of the furnace. It's a local nonprofit organization that allows kids 12 and up to blow glass. So if you're local and if you know any youth that are 12 through high school age, then they can actually participate in this program for free. And there's so many different opportunities too. There's after school clubs, there's during the day electives. You don't even have to go to the schools to participate in the program. I know, it's really interesting, and it's just so lucky that we have this program here. So we finished the foot, next bringing over another pipe with a little bit of clear glass as an attachment. And this lets us break the stem away from that pipe we originally created it on. So now we have access to the top of the stem, and this moves really quick from here. All we're going to do is heat up and attach a small bit of clear to the top of the stem, and then immediately bring the bowl of the goblet over and attach everything together. And yeah, once again, we do have the bowl already created. We'll make a few and set them aside and keep them warm inside of the garage, which is this large silver box right here. And then we just kind of pull them out one by one and attach them to the stems that we create. And we've just brought our bowl over, attached it to the top of the stem. And now we just have to break this second pipe away that we used to carry the bowl over. And everything is all assembled. We'll go through the process of making sure everything is straight and even before breaking it off and putting it away. So we are very close to finishing this off. So we're breaking this piece off, attaching a little bit of water to the end of the pipe, and then tapping the pipe. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing their second goblet today. And this is also going inside of the annealer. So if you haven't seen this box yet, it stays at just about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. We just continuously load it. Oh no, you're... Always above 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, always below 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So probably just about in the center, where it's like a taffy or putty texture. Yeah, I know. Even if a piece of glass looks cold in the hot shop, like it's popped off and it's sitting on the floor like those pieces, they could still be up to about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is why it's so important not to touch anything in the hot shop that you're unsure about, such as those shards of glass and any metal tools or metal surfaces. Also, it looks like Trent is cleaning up the bench here a little bit. There's a kind of a pile of wax on the back end of it, so we're melting it and then wiping it off. Yeah, we keep one tool especially waxed, and those are the jacks, those two metal blades, so that when we're using them on the glass, they don't scrape. They just slide and glide very smoothly instead. So the torches that we use, they are usually propane and oxygen. And then the furnaces, those are actually natural gas and forced air. So we do have two different kind of fuel sources in the hot shop. Yeah, so this is kind of a continuous all-day process. It looks like we're getting started on something over on the left bench, which you don't have a view of up on the screen, sadly. And then we're just continuing to work on the kind of hands-on ornaments and floats over on the right. Now, it looks like we're starting to work with some color over on the left, so that's pretty exciting. And in the front here, Ben has just blown a small bubble of clear glass. So at the center bench, it looks like we're making another bowl for a goblet, which I know a lot of you guys didn't get to see earlier in the day. So of course, once again, the bowl is the drinking portion of the goblet. And to orient you a little bit, the bottom of the bowl where it's connected to the stem is furthest away from the pipe. And once again, welcome to anyone who has just or recently joined into the hot shop. Today we have two different things going on the hot shop floor. Over on the right, we have some hands-on workshops going on where people can come down and make their own ornaments or floats. At the center bench, we are making some goblets, and the people who are working at the center bench are our Museum of Glass hot shop team. So they are very professional artists. They usually work with visiting artists that come through. They'll help them make things that they put in exhibits or in galleries. But today they are getting to practice making goblets a little bit in preparation for Goblet Week, which once again is January 15 to 19 an entire week of goblet making where different artists come in every day and work on their own variety of goblets. And one of those days is going to include our hot shop team, so they're getting a little bit of practice in before that event happens. Also, we've just brought over a very small amount of colored glass, and we attach this to the very, very end of the bubble. And it's hard to explain what this does, but this is where, of course, the stem and the bowl are going to be attached. And when you have that small amount of color, kind of reflects through the rest of the clear glass, and you can see that color in the different components of the piece. And we've just brought over a couple of bits of clear, attach this to the very end of our bubble as well. And this is creating the ovolio, which you can see is this really, really small connection point in between the bowl and the stem. It's a very dainty piece of glass. And next we've just attached another pipe to the end of our ovolio, and then we broke the piece off of its original pipe. And this is to flip the orientation of the piece. It's also opening a small hole into the very end where it was attached to the blowpipe. So now we can go inside of the piece and start to open it up, flare it out if we want to. This is where a lot of the shaping takes place. So we have two different furnaces. The glass furnace, which you can see to the right with that closed door, that one stays at a pretty consistent temperature of about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And the open face furnaces, those are used to reheat the glass, of course. They run up to about 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. I think I've seen the temperature gauges. They usually keep it just about 22 maybe. Yeah, they just run off of natural gas. We also have some torches, and those can run off of propane and oxygen. So we do have two different fuel sources in the hot shop. So after just lightly touching the opening of the piece, we went in with the Sophietta, which we haven't seen them use yet today, but it's this cone-shaped tool. The cone blocks off the opening to the piece, allowing us to blow more air in and kind of reinflate the glass, even though it's already been removed from that hollow blowpipe. And yeah, for those who just joined in, you can already see, but we are making the bowl portion of a goblet, which we have some goblets on our front pedestals here as some examples. They're all turning out pretty differently from each other. This is mostly practice for these guys because we have Goblet Week coming up January 15 to 19. Now we've just switched up our blades. We've gone from metal blades to wooden blades right here. These are the Pachofis. The wooden blades are pretty gentle on the glass. They don't cause any gouging or scraping that can leave lines behind, which are very obvious in fine pieces of glass like this. So it looks like we finished that shape for our bowl. So we're getting ready to break it off the pipe. We're going to heat up this area where the glass is connected and on the pipe until we see a little bit of a glow or a little bit of movement in that connection. And then we cut at the connection, which is both going to thin it out and cause small cracks to appear, shocking the glass. We'll knock this off onto a heated tray, making sure that glass doesn't get too cold. And then this goes inside of the garage, which is this large silver box. So we'll probably make one or two more of those bowls, and we'll continue to set them aside in the garage to keep them warm, and then we'll start making the stems one by one and assembling everything together. And yeah, once again, we've been seeing a pretty wide variety of different shapes and textures when it comes to the bowl of the goblet, so we'll see what they make next. Yeah, so for those who recently joined, see some new faces in here. We've been working on goblets all day today, which you can see on the two front pedestals right here. And this is in preparation for Goblet Week, which is January 15 to 19. And these guys will make goblets for an entire day during that week here on the hot shop floor. All the other days will have different artists coming in and making their own versions of their goblets. So we'll see a huge variety of different shapes and colors and styles between the artists that whole week. And the best part about it is that they sell them all at the end of the week with a wine tasting as well. They have this really fun event that they sell the goblets at. It was really fun last year, and it was so successful that they're just going to continue to do it year after year. Now to create these goblets, these guys, they usually will create the bowls of the goblet over and over again. They'll make a few of them and set them aside in the garage, which is this large silver box, by the way. And then we'll work on the stems kind of one after one and attach the bowls to the stems and just kind of finish them off. So it looks like we are pretty much finished with this bowl. So we'll break it off onto a heated tray pretty soon and put it aside in the garage, just like our previous one. So now that we've finished the shape for our bowl, we're heating up this area where the glass is physically on and connected to the pipe enough that we can start to cut at that connection with a pair of shears. So we bring over that heated tray. Keyword heated. We want to make sure that this hot glass doesn't touch any cold metal, which can crack it really quickly and easily. And knock our bowl off. And that piece is done. And I've been trying to show the process of coloring glass here and there throughout the day, since we're not seeing that with the goblets today. So for anyone new that's recently joined, yeah, once again, we're making some goblets, which they are all made out of clear glass. So I have a video that I've been showing off that shows how we get a really smooth, even layer of color across the entire piece. And this process is called a color drop or a color overlay. So could I have that video, please?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable. While another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So we're starting to blow out a bowl for a goblet again. Once again, we just make a few of these and then set them aside so that we have a few to choose from just in case any break during the process. Also, sometimes you'll see us stretch the glass out by either hanging it down towards the floor, just using gravity to stretch it, or sometimes we'll even swing it or spin it in a 360-degree spin. This creates centrifugal force, which is pulling the glass out even faster. We're just trying to get a little bit of a longer, narrower shape. And next we bring over a small bit of color. This is something we did with the last bowl as well, just adding this tiny little dot of color at the very base where it connects to the stem. And because the rest of the glass is clear, you can kind of see this color reflected and mirrored through the rest of the piece. And next we start bringing over a couple of bits of clear glass. One more. And this is creating the ovolio, which is this very small connection between the bowl of the goblet and the stem. So yeah, frequently you'll see the same people down on the hot shop floor because we have full-time hot shop employees. It's their full-time job to come down here and make things for the store or help visiting artists that come through. And today's just a little bit more freeing. They get to practice making these goblets and they have a lot of freedom over the different shapes and things. So the malleability of the glass depends on how thick it is. So if it's thicker, you can work with it for a little bit longer. Meanwhile, with these pieces of glass, you can see we're going back and forth between the furnace really frequently, and it's just because of how thin it is. But yeah, we only have like 2 to 10 seconds of working time with this piece of glass. And interestingly enough, the glass is malleable at any temperature over 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So as soon as it hits like 1,100 degrees Fahrenheit, you can start to work with the glass technically, but it's still going to be kind of hard, almost like a really hard taffy texture. And then when you get it hotter and hotter, it becomes softer, of course. And we don't have it any softer than 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit in here, which at that point it's the texture of honey. Texture of honey. So you can actually pour the glass into different molds, which is really satisfying. It's called casting. And yeah. Yeah, so we have different hands-on workshops going on today. They're making floats and ornaments, and that is something that you guys can sign up for. We have them going on all the way through Sunday. I'm not sure if we'll be working on different things each day. It might be the same things each day. I know the ones today are all booked up, though. Yeah, if anyone's curious about being able to do these hands-on workshops, you can always ask the front desk. They have all the dates listed out, and they can sign you up for them. Now the center bench, we just used the Sophietta again. I think some people haven't seen this tool yet, but that cone-shaped tool, the cone blocks off the opening to the piece, and then we reinflate it, blowing a little bit of air into the end of the tool. So now we have a pretty round shape, and we can open it up. It's a little bit less difficulty. Yeah, so all of our tools, including the tables, the bench, the physical tools that we're using in our hands, and the pipe, they're all made out of stainless steel. And I've been told, surprisingly, that stainless steel is a poor conductor of heat, so the heat will only travel maybe about this far down the pipe. I know, it's always really surprising, and sometimes it's a lot cooler than other times. Like if there's only a really, really small amount of glass, then it's a lot less risky than if you're working with like 10, 20 pounds of glass on the end of your pipe. Yeah, these pieces of glass are radiating heat, but since they're so small, they don't have to worry about that radiant heat right now. But usually you would see them holding wooden paddles and shielding the artist's arms as well. Also, some really good ways to kind of expose yourselves to more types of glass blowing if you're curious. We first off live stream every single day that we're in here, so if there's ever an artist coming in and you really want to see their work and you want to see it made, then you can just kind of tune into the live stream. It's on YouTube, it's on our website. And then also there's a Netflix show, Blown Away, where it's a competitive glass blowing show. And if anyone sees a familiar face, Trent was actually on that show, one of our glass blowers over there. He's on season 3. So we buy a very specific mixture to throw into our glass furnaces, and it's still in its raw form. It's silica sand and then some other kind of powders in there, which are soda ash and limestone. So this is a soda lime glass, and this is a really common, popular glass for hot shop glass blowing. There are other types of glass that are worked with. For example, the insects in the galleries right now, those are made out of a different type of glass called borosilicate, I believe, which is a scientific glass. It's really hard, and it's something you can work with on a much smaller scale to get detailed pieces. But yeah, we get it shipped in, And we have to make sure it's a very exact mixture and that we don't mix any types of glasses, even if they're relatively similar, because they will kind of explode away from each other when they start to cool. It's really interesting. And at this point, by the way, it looks like we're starting on a stem, so you're going to see an entire goblet assembled pretty soon. So we're starting with the top of the stem. This is a little optic ball. And the name is coming from the optic mold that we stuffed the glass into to get these little ridges all the way around the entire piece of glass. And we've just brought over a single small bit of clear. And this is where we'll attach the rest of the stem. Yeah, the foot of the goblet. You'll see how that's made, but we build the stem all the way from the top of the stem to the bottom of the stem, and then we create the foot on the bottom of the stem when it's all attached to the pipe already. And the way that they do it, I can just try to give a simple explanation. They bring over a bubble of glass, they drop it onto the end of the stem, break it off, and they open that bubble up and flare it out into kind of a plate-like shape. And so it's specifically a blown foot. But this is the stem right here. This is also a blown bubble being applied to the glass. And using the jacks, these two metal blades, Ben is kind of straightening this glass out. And then using the diamond shears, this tool that's in Ben's hand now, he can both hold on to the glass, kind of using the glass as a handle and pull the glass out in a way, stretching it out, or he can actually use it to cut pieces of glass off, which we've continuously been doing today, just to kind of shorten the length of the stem. So if we really wanted, I think we could technically reuse the clear glass, but the problem is it's fallen on the floor into all the wax and debris, and when the glass is molten, things really stick in it. And so we don't really want to reuse that glass, but this is all the scrap we've created throughout the entire day today, so we don't have a lot of thrown away glass. We do reuse a lot of clear glass by just throwing it back into the furnace, since the furnace is all clear anyways. Also, we've just brought over that same color that we used in the bowl of the goblet. We've attached it just to the bottom of the stem where we'll be attaching the foot of the goblet. And now we'll prepare to make the foot. So we'll bring over a small bit of clear and create kind of a place for the foot to attach this little disc. And then Sarah's going to start a clear bubble of glass over here, which will eventually turn into our foot. And for those who just joined in or recently joined in, welcome into the Hot Shop. Today we have two different things going on at the same time. They are completely separate things that are happening. At the center bench, this is what I'm focusing on the most part, but we are making some goblets. And we have some examples of these goblets on the two front pedestals. The people who are making these, they are our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. So they work here full-time, helping visiting artists that come through, and today they're getting to practice making goblets. And this is important because we have Goblet Week coming up January 15 to 19, where each day we'll have different artists coming in and making their own style, variety of goblets. And then eventually these are all sold at the end of the week on the 18th. Well, I guess it's not quite the end of the week, but it'll be sold on the 18th during a little wine tasting. Should be a fun event. Now we've blown a bubble. We've dropped this onto that little platform, that little disc we created, and then we broke off the very end of the bubble, which left behind a small opening in the remaining section. And using this small opening, we can just go inside and start to flare this open into that plate-like shape that our foot is. So all of the furnaces along the wall, they all run off of natural gas and forced air. And it's just constantly pumping in and swirling around in there. They run between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. So now that we've flared this foot open, we'll come over with another pipe, attach it to the center of the bottom of the foot, and then break this stem off of the pipe that it's on right now. So this will basically give us access to the top of the stem, allowing us to attach the bowl, which of course is the drinking portion of our goblet. And I know a lot of you guys joined in a little bit later, so I just want to point out we already have some bowls made and they're set aside in the garage, this large silver box right here. They've been staying at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So we've just brought that second pipe over. Yeah, so when we torch the top of the stem, it is mostly to get it hot. Whenever we break the piece off of the pipe, there's a little bit of a jaggedness to it, and we want to make sure that this area is really smooth and round. So when we attach everything together, it's all just very flush, I guess, and there's no gaps or, yeah, nothing janky. So we're heating up that bowl inside of the garage. There's a little flame in the corner. Yeah, this part happens really quickly in just a few seconds. So we bring over a small bit of clear, attach this to the top of the stem, and then immediately attach the bowl of our goblet. And this means that our entire goblet is assembled. We'll next go through the process of kind of evening, straightening everything out, and then they'll break the piece off of the pipe and put it away. So yeah, just very light touches with the wooden paddle, and that's enough to push it into the right orientation. And we use a lot of wooden tools in the hot shop. They do burn up over time, but it's very gentle on the glass. It doesn't pull heat out of it. Now we apply that water, tap the pipe, and that was a successful break. So let's give them a round of applause. Thank you. And that goes inside of the annealer along with all the other goblets we've made so far today. And if you haven't seen this box yet already, it sits at just about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. We continue to load it throughout the day, and then we press the button to cool everything for about 12 hours. So we won't see those pieces again until tomorrow. And yeah, we'll just continue to work on these goblets. Usually we make multiple bowls and then multiple goblets themselves, so I think that we should see another goblet put together next. And just to mention once again, over on the right, this is a completely different project going on. These are hands-on workshops where people can come down onto the floor and make their own ornaments or floats. So that's happening over on the right. And they are working with colored glass. We're not working with a ton of color at the center bench. So we've blown a small bubble of clear when we immediately stuff this into one of our optic molds, which, once again, if you haven't seen those already, these molds, we have a variety of different textures and shapes inside of them, but most of them have ridges from the top to the bottom, including this one that we just used. So now we have that texture applied to the surface of our glass, and we're usually blowing this out into an optic ball, so just a ball of glass that sits at the top of the stem. And we'll just continue to build the stem from the top down. So we'll bring over a bit of clear, and this is just to kind of create a smooth, even attachment point for the rest of the stem. Kind of think of it as like a little pad that we've applied. So while we've been keeping this glass warm at the center bench, over on the left, Sarah's been blowing a small clear bubble of glass that'll be brought over, and this is creating the longer portion of our stem. It might be hard to tell from far away, but all of these goblets, except for one, have blown stems instead of solid stems. So we've just brought that clear bubble over. This is quite literally dropped onto the end of our optic ball to create the stem. So we just brought over another clear bubble and attached this to the very bottom of the stem. And of course, this is becoming our blown foot. So we'll break this small end section off. This reveals an opening into the remaining section of the bubble, which we then can go inside of that opening and flare this out into that plate-like shape for the foot of our goblet. And I think there are a few new people in here, so I just want to point out we're creating the stem and the foot of a goblet, kind of like what you're seeing on the front pedestals. We already have the bowl section of the goblet made, which is the drinking portion. It's set aside in this silver box right here, keeping the glass at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. I know that sounds super hot, but it's completely solid at that temperature. It's just kind of a happy medium temperature. And welcome to those who just joined us in the hot shop. Yeah, we have a couple of different things that'll be going on today. At the center bench right at this moment, we have a few of our hot shop team members that work here full-time at the museum. They're making some goblets, which we have some examples on the front pedestals. But these are practice, kind of a preparation for Goblet Week, which is coming up pretty soon. It'll be January 15 to 19, an entire week of goblet making. And these guys will be making goblets for one whole day during that week. On the other days, we'll have different professional artists coming in, and they will make their own variety of goblets as well. So just an entire week of goblet making. They finish it off by having a wine tasting and goblet sale. So we've attached a pipe to the bottom of our foot, broke it off of its original pipe, and very soon here we will be able to attach the bowl of our goblet to the top of the stand. That's why we had to break it off of that pipe. So all this takes is a single little bit of clear glass, which Trent is getting right now. And then Sarah will bring over the bowl and attach it directly to that fresh bit of clear, kind of using it as glue to hold all the pieces together. And just like that, we have all of our components together. We'll have to go through the process of straightening everything out before we fully break the piece off and put it away. Yeah, these go by pretty quick once we have all the individual components. So just gentle touches with a wooden paddle. This is enough to straighten everything out. Yeah, goblets are the most technically challenging thing you can make out of glass just because there's so many small components coming together. It's not even just a singular small item, it's multiple small items coming together. And these guys have been successful in making them. Let's give them a round of applause for finishing that one. So another goblet successfully completed. I think that was our third or fourth one of the day. Yeah, just a reminder, if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to let me know. There is a lot of knowledge I can share, whether it be about the building that we're inside of or just about glass in general or things that you might see in the galleries. And yeah, we're just going to continue to see goblet making. I'll check in with them and see what they are doing next. Looks like we are getting started right away. Yep, so we've immediately blown another clear bubble. This is stuffed into an optic mold, which gives it these patterns across the surface of the glass, a physical and visual texture. And what we'll commonly use is a mold that has ridges from the top to the bottom on the inside of it. So now we have those ridges on the glass. And we'll blow this out into a little ball, which you can see at the top of all of the stems that we've made previously. So we've finished creating that little optic ball, and we now bring over a bit of clear. And this is just flattened down into a little disc or a pad, and we'll attach the rest of the stem to this point right here. So we basically just build the stem from the top down, finishing it off with the foot, flip the orientation, and then add the bowl of the goblet, which of course is the drinking portion. And then it looks like we've gotten started again over on the right bench. So just to explain real quick, we have some people who are down here doing these little hands-on experiences. They're making ornaments and floats over there. And this is going to be going on for the full day, I believe. And these will be happening all the way through Sunday. So if you guys are curious about checking these out, then you can always ask the front desk and maybe get a chance to do it yourself. So we've just brought over a small bubble of clear. We swung it to stretch it out into a little bit of a longer, narrower shape, and then we dropped it onto that little pad of clear we created. So this is creating this taller portion of our stem, and all of these goblets on the right pedestal, your right, they have hollow stems in them. Might be a little bit hard to see from far away, but they are hollow pretty much all the way through. So after straightening the stem out a little bit and letting it cool down, a small bit of color is brought over. And we're just placing a little dot of color on the very end of the stem. And this is a bit hard to explain, but we've been doing the same thing for the very bottom of the bowl as well, where it's connected to the stem. So we have these two dots of color at the top and the bottom of the stem, and since the rest of the glass is clear, you can kind of see the color reflected and passed through the piece at least a bit, just adding a little pop of color. And we've just brought over a bit of clear. This is just to create a small disc on the very bottom of the stem, kind of acting as a platform for the foot. So we're creating another clear bubble. This will be brought over and then dropped onto the end of the stem, kind of like what we did for the longer portion of the stem itself. And as this is dropped down, Sarah's giving it little puffs of air every now and then. And next we'll go through the process of opening this bubble up. Right now it's just completely sealed on the end of our stem. But when we section this off and then break off a portion of that section, it leaves behind an opening. So just like that, we've broken off that small end section of the bubble. We have a small opening, not even as wide as a pencil. We'll be able to go in and start to flare this open into that plate-like shape for our foot. And once again, once we have the foot completely done, this process moves super quick because all we would have to do from there is transfer the entire stem and foot to another pipe and then just attach the bowl to the top, and that's pretty much it. So going on the inside of this bubble with the jacks, we slowly flare this open. You can see how quickly the glass cools down. Right here, it's not opening very much further. So we have to go in and heat this up multiple times. And to finish the foot off, this is sandwiched between the jacks and a wooden paddle on the bottom. Just making sure everything's straight and even. And it looks like we're already kind of preparing and heating up the bowl of the goblet, which, once again, the bowl has already been created. It's sitting inside of the silver box there called the garage. So we've just brought over another pipe, and I briefly explained this process earlier, but we just attach this to the center of the bottom of the foot, and then we break the top of the stem away from the original pipe. So just like that, we flip the orientation. Now we have access to the top of the stem, and we can add on our bowl. And this is our final step. We bring over a fresh bit of molten clear glass, attach this to the top of the stem, and then immediately attach our bowl on top of that. And this is basically gluing those two pieces of glass together. And now we have all of our components attached. Our goblet is basically complete. We'll just go through and make sure everything is straight and even before we put it away and let it cool down. And when we put this piece away, by the way, this is going inside of the annealer, which I know some of you guys have seen, that large black box over on the left wall. We do have the annealers kind of in the front as well. These ones load from the top instead of the side, but that's pretty much the only difference between the two. And just like that, we've finished this goblet off. So we apply a little bit of water and then tap the pipe. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that goblet. Thank you. So that box is sitting at just about 900 degrees Fahrenheit, contrary to what you might think when I say cooling down. But this is going to hold it at that steady temperature, and then at the end of the day we press a button and it very, very slowly ticks down for about 12 hours. So we won't see that piece again until tomorrow. And this is a really good time to ask questions if you have any. We are going to be going on our lunch break. We'll be back in about an hour from now, so at about 2 p.m. But yeah, once again, if you have any final questions, feel free to ask away. But if not, then we'll see you in about an hour. Yeah, so that's just to hold it steady, but all the furnaces that we have, those run between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And those just have electric coils around the side of them. The furnaces, it's just natural gas being constantly pumped in. Yeah, we have to keep the glass furnace on 24/7. Yeah, we have to keep it the same temperature all throughout just because it's such a massive amount, and it can actually damage the tank if the glass cools too much. So that one, we already had the bowl made, but it only took them not even 15 minutes to finish it off and put it away. So I think it's maybe about 30 minutes total for each cup if they're not going through extensive detailing processes. Wait, sorry, I can't hear you. Yeah, we can technically reuse our clear glass. We don't frequently reuse what's off of the floor just because it's hot when it drops and it picks things up. But yeah, we reuse a ton of our glass, and that scrap that you saw, that's all the scrap we've created for the entire day so far. All right, welcome into the hot shop, everyone. We have a couple of things going on at the same time, which I'm sure you can already tell. But for the most part, I'll be focusing on the center bench where we will have our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team members. These guys work here pretty much full time here at the museum. They'll be working on some goblets. And I want to point out before I continue that I have closed captioning on the screen. It does get kind of echoey in here, and sometimes they use loud pieces of equipment, so that should help out. But the two front pedestals, this is kind of like what you might see in the hot shop. We're making a pretty wide variety of goblets, and some of them tend to be pretty experimental. And this is in preparation for Goblet Week. Now, Goblet Week is coming up pretty soon. It'll be January 15 to 19. And it's an entire week of goblet making here in the hot shop. There will be a different artist coming in every day, and they will focus on making their own style, color, shape of goblet, whatever they want that entire day. And then at the end of that week, they sell all of these goblets during a wine tasting event. So it's just going to be an awesome week that's coming up pretty soon. And this is mostly practice, I've been told, but if some of these goblets turn out well, you might see them during that sale. Now, I will give a little overview of the hot shop, and then I'll mostly just kind of focus in on the process at the center bench. And just to mention real quick, over on the right, they're doing some hands-on workshops over there, so they're making things like ornaments and floats and paperweights, just some small items. And this is something that anyone can participate in. I think there is an age requirement, like 12 and up. But yeah, that's something you can ask the front desk about. They'll be doing them every day all the way through Sunday. All right, and now for that little overview. So first off, most importantly in our hot shop are our glass furnaces. This is the one piece of equipment we can have. This is what we want. It's a large tank with a closed door, and these hold up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. They do run off of natural gas and forced air, much like these open face furnaces right here. These also run off of natural gas, but they run between 2,100 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, just a little bit warmer to reheat the glass. So whenever we're going inside the glass furnace, we're getting more material. Whenever we go inside of these open face furnaces, we're just reheating the glass. And that's just kind of a basic overview. When we start using more equipment and tools, I'll make sure to point them out as well. So this is the bowl portion of the goblet that we're creating first. We usually will make a few of these in a row, and then we'll start putting the goblets together, building the stems and the feet, just assembling everything. Now with our last few goblets, we've been adding these little touches or pops of color to them. That is a solid bit of colored glass we brought over. It's a little bit of a blue-green, I think. And we attach this just on the top and the bottom of the stem, kind of. And because the rest of the components are clear glass, you can kind of see that color throughout the goblet as a finished product. Kind of just reflects through the piece. Now we're creating something called the ovolio. This is basically the connection point between the bowl of the goblet and the stem of the goblet. This is a super dainty little piece of glass. So now that we've created the Evolio, we'll, for the most part, just keep this piece of glass warm by going in and out of the furnace every once in a while. We want to make sure that anything that we're working with doesn't drop too far below 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And I know that sounds super hot, but the glass is actually solid at that point. It's just kind of a happy medium temperature. It doesn't melt, but it also doesn't crack from getting too cold. We've just brought over another pipe, attached this to the very end of the piece, and broke the piece off of its original pipe. As you can see, this has kind of flipped the orientation of the piece. So we do this for all of our blown pieces to get access to the other side and to also open it up. Oh, yes, so let's see. We have an artist coming in on Monday and Tuesday. His name is Jason Christian. And I'm not sure what he's going to be working on. That's something we usually find out the day of, but yeah. And then if you're thinking about Goblet Week, that's going to be January 15 to 19, so it's still going to be a little ways away. But we do already have a lineup of artists that'll come in each day. And that's some information that can be found online, or if you want, I could look it up for you. Also, just to point out, we did trim a little bit of glass off just around the opening. This is just to get rid of some excess thickness that remains from where we broke the piece off of the pipe. And then from there, we gave it a little puff of air using the Sophietta, that cone-shaped tool. And from here, we can start to flare this open as wide as we like. And I know they make these pieces of glass look super easy, super quick. These pieces do take about 30 minutes individually to complete. And that includes the process of making the bowl and then making the stem and the foot and attaching everything together. They have to work with this glass really quickly. Because it's so thin, it cools quickly. So we have finished the shape of the bowl, and now we're going to heat up this area where the glass is physically on and connected to the pipe, and then cut at this connection with some shears. Now this weakens the connection both by thinning it and by causing small cracks where the cold metal touches the hot glass. And then this is set aside in the garage, which I can't remember if I pointed it out already, but this holds the glass at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. There's a little flame in the corner of that box. And we'll just keep it in there while we create the stem and the foot, usually. But we will see if we create more bowls. Sometimes we'll produce a variety of them before we even move on to making the stems. And I just want to mention real quick, if anyone has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. And it's going to be questions about the building, could be questions about just glass in general, or maybe specific things you've seen in the gallery or the hot shop. Yeah, newspaper is still a very popular tool to use. Yeah, for anyone that hasn't seen that yet, we're not seeing it today, but frequently you'll just see a pad of folded up newspaper sitting at the bench. We'll soak it or splash it with water, and it kind of contours to the shape of our hand, and then we can use our hand to shape the glass. It's as close as we can get to using our hands to shape the glass. I think that these goblets are mostly just aesthetic, and I know somebody asked me earlier if the wine tasting was going to be using these goblets, which they're actually taped off so nobody can touch them, and then there will be specific wine glasses. But yeah, I know it's a pretty fun event. There will just be a ton of variety. There's even going to be some colored goblets, which I haven't seen before yet. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So we never turn off our glass furnaces. And once again, the glass furnaces are the tanks with the closed door specifically. They're holding a pool of molten glass inside of them. And if we were to turn them off and the glass were to cool down, it can actually damage the ceramic tank it's sitting inside of because things kind of expand and contract as they heat up and cool down. So it could be really devastating. So we're not seeing this with the goblets, but I got a question about basically cold working, which is the grinding, polishing, sanding process after you make something in the hot shop. With these pieces of glass, there's a connection point right here on the inside where we had a pipe that carried it over, and then there's a connection right here at the very, very bottom in the center of the foot. And I'm just looking at them, and they're super smooth, so I don't think that we have to worry about any sharpness. But usually, when we break a piece off of a pipe in the hot shop, there's all this kind of gnarly leftover clear glass, and we have to go through a process where we get rid of that afterwards. Which, it's kind of like woodworking tools, but diamond grit and a lot of water. So, just like our previous bowl for our goblet, we added just a little dot of color right onto the bottom of our bowl. And then once again, using those 2 bits of clear to create our avolio, which I pointed out earlier is this connection point right here. Super thin piece of glass. And we attach the pipe to the end of our piece and then break it off of its original pipe. Yeah, you can see how different all the bowls are turning out for each of these. I think the artists are getting to have a little bit of fun with these today. Yeah, so just in case anyone hasn't seen this yet, over on the right, we are doing some kind of hands-on activities, which means that guests can come down and they are doing these hands-on experiences. They're making ornaments right now, for example, but they're also making paperweights and floats earlier too. The thing that I like to talk about, since these guys are on the floor, is that they're using color. We're not using a ton of color at the center bench with our goblets. And the type of color that they're using is something called frit, which are shards of colored glass, kind of like what you see here. Kind of creates a speckled layer of color versus the smooth, even layers of color you see across pieces in the gallery, for example. It's just a different method of coloring. But yeah, I am mostly focusing on the center bench just because these guys are working on something that's so intricate. These goblets are the most technically challenging thing you can make out of glass because they have so many small components coming together to create just one piece. If you get it too hot, you lose the shape. If it gets too cold, it just breaks. Also, we have started on the stem of a goblet, by the way, so we're going to see one put together pretty soon. We're starting with this little ball at the top of the stem. They call it the optic ball because we stuff the glass into an optic mold to get ridges on the surface of the glass. Oh yeah, and I got a question about the glass that we use, and this is something I get questions about frequently, so just to share. We use a soda lime glass in this hot shop. It's a soda ash limestone, mostly silica sand, of course, as most glasses are. But yeah, we melt that down in the furnace. It's a very, very specific mixture, the same mixture every time. Otherwise, the glass can crack and break apart pretty easily. And depending on the mixture, it can actually explode apart. It's really interesting. So we've created the optic ball. Sarah's bringing over a small bubble of clear glass, and this is going to be dropped onto the very end of this ball to create kind of the longer portion of the stem. And this is an incredible view up on the screen of this process. And we've brought over that bit of color that we used on the bottom of the bowls earlier. And we are attaching this to the bottom of the stem as well. So once again, the dots of color are going to be kind of here and here on the goblet. So we'll have a little bit of color throughout it. And next we'll start getting ready to create our foot for the goblet. And this is a blown foot, so we create a bubble, attach it to the bottom of the stem, and then open that bubble up and kind of flare it out into a disc-like shape. But first we have to create a place to attach the foot in the first place. So we attach that bit of clear, and then we'll flatten this out into a disc. So we've just attached that bubble that I mentioned earlier is going to turn into our foot. So we have sectioned this bubble off. When we break off this end section by tapping it, this kind of reveals a small opening into that remaining section of the bubble. So now from here, we'll be able to go inside and flare it open, just like we would any other blown piece. And to finish this foot off, this is sandwiched between the jacks, those two metal blades, and a wooden paddle on the bottom. Just forcing it to be a little bit straight and even. Make sure it sits nice on a flat surface. And one of our last steps, we are preparing another pipe with a little bit of clear on it. We're going to pick up the bowl of the goblet, start warming it up inside of the garage. There's a little flame in the corner that we put it inside of. And then we will attach a pipe to the center of the bottom of this foot, and we'll break the top of the stem off of the pipe. So this will give us access to the top of the stem. Then we just bring our two pieces of glass together. So we've just brought that pipe over. And once that connection is secure, they break the piece off of its original pipe. By the way, usually to break pieces off of a pipe, we apply water or, we tap the pipe a little bit harder. In this case, these pieces of glass are so small that just touching the glass with a metal tool shocks it enough to cause small cracks, which is why it's so important to be careful. But we just touch that connection with the cold tool and it just pops right off. So now we're heating up the top of the stem, just to kind of smooth out this shape, make sure there's no spikes left. And then we'll bring over a fresh bit of clear and then immediately attach the bowl of our goblet. That fresh bit of clear is going to act like glue and hold all of our pieces together. So we've just brought that bowl over, attached it to the top of our stem, and now we have all of our pieces together. From here, we just have to make sure everything is straightened out before we get ready to break it off and put it away. So we're just going to do a little bit of touching up. And when we put this piece away, this is going inside of the annealer on the left wall, that large black box. It sits at just about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. We continuously fill it up throughout the day and then press a button to cool everything super slowly for about 12 hours. Yeah, let's give them a round of applause for finishing that goblet. Just a tap of the pipe and that piece is off into the annealer. And I have gotten some questions about color. We're not seeing the coloring process that we're used to for a lot of pieces you might see in the gallery. So I'll play a video explaining how we get color in the glass to share this knowledge with you all. So could I have the color overlay video, please? Hey, could I have the color overlay video, please?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So focusing back at the center bench, we are going and making another goblet right away. As some of you may remember earlier, we made multiple of the bowls, which are the drinking components of the goblet. They'll usually make multiple of them, set them aside, and then start putting them together so they can put things together multiple times in a row. So we are starting with the top of the stem again. We'll build our way down to the foot, and then same process as last time, just connecting everything together. We had just brought over a small clear bubble, and we're dropping this on top of that little ball of glass we created, creating the longer portion of our stem. And yeah, for anyone that's recently joined, once again, we're creating some goblets, kind of like what you're seeing on the front pedestals. And this is in preparation for Goblet Week, which will be January 15 to 19, an entire week of goblet making in the hot shop. And then at the end of the week, they sell all of these goblets and have a little wine tasting. It's a fun event. Yeah, each day a different artist will be coming in too, so it's a huge variety of goblets that are made, and that is the best part in my opinion. So this is our only glimpse of color that we're getting at the center bench here. We've just brought over a solid bit of color that did start as color bar, which you might remember from the video. And we just attached it to the end of the pipe. We shaped it into a nice pointed cone just so that we can use a really small amount of color at a time. And we use this color just at the very bottom and the very top of the stem inside of the goblet, and that's all the color that we have for this piece. And we've just added a small bit of clear and turned this into a disc just at the very base of our stem. And once again, this is a platform for our blown foot, which Sarah's just brought over. So I've broken the end section of that bubble off, revealing a small opening, which now we can flare this foot open. And welcome to those who just joined us in the hot shop. Today we have a couple of different things going on at the same time. We have some hands-on experiences happening over on the right bench. So this is when somebody comes down on the hot shop floor and they get kind of a hand-over-hand guidance of creating a small glass object, whether that be an ornament or a paperweight or a float. I've seen a variety of different things being made today. And at the center bench, we have our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. They are working on making some goblets today, and this is mostly practice for Goblet Week coming up, which is January 15 to 19. An entire week of goblet making down on the hot shop floor. And we are just getting ready to put a goblet completely together. We've created the stem and the foot, and we do already have the bowl of the goblet created. It's sitting inside of the garage, this silver box right here, just staying warm at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So pretty soon, you'll see us pull that bowl out. We'll attach it to the top of the stem, and then we'll have one complete goblet. So all of our furnaces along the wall, they all run between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. The glass itself, it's sitting molten inside of these tanks of the closed doors like Trent is at right now. And that is sitting at a more exact 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. So we've just brought over a fresh bit of clear. This is attached to the top of the stem. And then immediately they attach the bowl. And that bit of clear basically acts like glue to hold these pieces together. And that is it. They break that secondary pipe away. And we do have a little bit of straightening up to do. They just want to make sure everything is absolutely perfect before they put the piece away. So Ben will sit down with his tweezers. There's a small piece of broken glass inside of the drinking portion of the goblet, so Ben was tapping the side, hoping that it would fall out. And it looks like it did. They keep the glass just cold enough that it's not really sticking together when something like that happens. So we are blowing out another bubble. This is using a completely different texture than we've seen so far today. This texture is coming from a mold called a pineapple mold, I believe. I believe that's the one we used. But it has all these inward-facing spikes inside of the mold that are kind of shaped like squares or diamonds as a repeating pattern. And so this pushes into the surface of the glass and it creates these little diamond-like shapes across the entire piece. And this is really popular for things like holiday ornaments, for example. Looks like they weren't happy with the way it turned out, so they dunked it in a bucket of water, sadly. But we just finished putting together a couple of goblets, so that means we have to replenish our stock of bowls, the drinking portion of our goblets. So we'll probably make 2 or 3 of the bowls. We'll set them aside, and then we'll start making the stems and assembling them over and over again as well. And just in case you guys weren't in here earlier, once again, over on the right, completely different project going on. We have some hands-on workshops happening over there. They're making things like ornaments and floats and paperweights, depending on what the person wants. Yeah, I'd guess it's about 70 to 80, kind of by the furnaces. It's not super hot. In the summer, it's definitely pretty hot in here. I think it's always about 10 degrees hotter in here than it is outside. So we have started to blow out our next bowl. This used an optic mold that had ridges going all the way from the top to the bottom, and then we twisted those ridges by kind of holding on to the end of the bubble and turning in one direction. And keeping our jacks on the side of the piece. This is creating a little bit more of a symmetrical shape, almost kind of like a cylinder. And for those who just joined in, once again, we're working on making some goblets today, which you can see some on our front pedestals already. And for those who just joined in, I was just giving a little bit of an overview right as you're joining, so perfect timing. We are working on making some goblets at the center bench. These people that you see working at the center bench, they are our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. They're working for the museum. And these goblets, you could kind of think of them as practice for Goblet Week, which is coming up January 15 to 19, an entire week of goblet making with a different professional artist in here each day. So this is the bowl of a goblet, the drinking portion of the goblet right here. We'll make a couple or a few of these, and then we'll set them aside and keep them warm inside of this silver box right here called the garage. And then we start to make the stems and the feet and just attach them one by one. And then once again, over on the right, we have some hands-on workshops going on, which I haven't really been focusing on too much other than to just make references to how we use color in glass. Yeah, I mean, whenever people first get started blowing glass, I'm sure they hurt themselves more frequently. But these guys, I have not really seen them burn themselves, and they are definitely considered professionals. The people that you usually see working on the floor in here, they have about 20 to 30 years of experience individually. But we do have some Hilltop artists on the hot shop floor, and they are kind of high school age that can work with glass through a program called Hilltop Artists once again. I was actually a part of that program and am an alumni of it. Started at 15, and that's how I got into this. But yeah, you definitely get better and better. It's like when you start riding a bike, you're gonna fall off every now and then. And welcome again into the hot shop. I see quite a few new faces already. I just want to mention that we are working on making some goblets at the center bench. This is what I'm focusing on for the most part. This is the bowl of a goblet, so the drinking portion. We will create a couple of these, set them aside, and then we will work on the stems and kind of attaching everything together. And of course, if you'd like some examples of the finished products, we have the pieces on the front pedestals. And yeah, this is just some good practice for the hot shop team that works in here. So it looks like we've finished the shape of our bowl, so we're getting ready to break this off and set it aside to keep it warm. And to break this off, we quite literally just kind of cut at this connection, which is thinning it and causing small cracks at the same time. And this is knocked off onto a heated tray. Don't want that hot glass to touch cold metal. And then this goes inside of the garage, which is this large silver box, which will keep it just at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And I know that sounds hot once again, but this is a very happy medium temperature for glass. It's not hot enough to melt it and change its shape. It's not cold enough to let it break, so we'll just keep it warm. And then eventually we'll make the stem and the foot and attach everything together. But most likely we will see them make another bowl. And just to mention real quick, if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to let me know. Can answer any questions, whether it be about the hot shop or just glass in general, maybe things you've seen in the galleries, the building that we're inside of. So we've started our next bowl. Just like our last one, this has also been stuffed into an optic mold, which gives us ridges across the surface of the glass from the optic mold itself, of course. Except this time we haven't twisted them. Instead, we just left those ridges nice and straight. So we have the overall shape of our bowl. It's again the drinking portion of our goblet. And we've just brought over a bit of solid colored glass and just attached a small little dot of this to the very bottom of our bowl. And this is where we'll be connecting the stem. We'll do the same thing to the very bottom of the stem so that we have two dots of color on kind of either side of the stem. And we've just brought over some clear glass and attached this just over top of that color. This is the first part to our avolio. The avolio is basically just this small connection point between the top of the stem and the bowl of the goblet itself. You can see it's a super small component. And we've just attached a pipe to the very end of our avolio and then broke the piece off from its original pipe. And this, of course, just kind of flips the orientation of the piece, so now we have access to the other side. Now we can start to flare this open a little bit. Right here, Ben is centering the pipe to the bottom of the piece. Want to make sure that everything stays really symmetrical before we move on. And with the opening of the piece, they will usually trim this glass off. This area where the glass was connected to that previous pipe tends to be a little bit thicker, so we will trim that off. Sometimes the break isn't always perfectly even either, so evening things out, thinning things out. And now we can start heating this up and flaring it open as we normally would. And I know some of you guys missed the very beginning of the process, so just to point out real quick, this is our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team that's working at the center bench, and I've been highlighting them all day. They are working on making some goblets today, and this is in preparation for Goblet Week, which is January 15 to 19, an entire week of goblet making. Every single day there will be different artists in here making their own versions of goblets, own styles. And to get this physical and visual texture you see on the goblet right here, we stuffed the glass into an optic mold, which has these ridges going all the way from the top to the bottom inside of it. So these ridges were applied to the glass. And now that we've finished this bowl, we break it off at the end of our pipe onto a heated tray. And then this is carried over to the garage, this large silver box, which will keep it just at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, kind of a happy medium temperature. So that is the second one we've put away in there now, which means that we might see them start making these stems in the foot and actually assembling these goblets together. We'll just have to wait and see. And it's been a little while since I've talked about color. The one thing I've been highlighting other than these guys is the way that we get color in our glass, because we're actually not seeing that in the hot shop today. And usually it's the very first thing we see. It's the very beginning of the process. So I have a video to share that shows you visually what the process looks like and explains it. So could I have the color overlay video, please? Can I have the color overlay video, please?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So that is a really common way of coloring glass. But today we're not using a ton of color at the center bench. You might see little pops of color here and there. And we are just getting started on a stem. So the very first portion is the top of the stem that we'll work on first, and then we'll kind of build our way down to the foot for this way from the pipe. So this is an optic ball. We once again used one of those molds on the floor to get these ridges across the surface of that glass. And then we bring over a small bit of clear and turn this into a small pad. This is where we will be attaching the longer portion of our stem. It's the same thing we've been doing for all the others so far. So this time for our stem, we're going to be using a solid bit of clear glass. It looks like they weren't happy with how that turned out, so they'll retry. So the good thing about this is we have specific buckets around the hot shop which are used for clear glass only. And we could technically just reuse our clear glass by throwing it back into the furnace and melting it down again. So once again, this is a glimpse of our glass furnace, which holds up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass inside of a ceramic crucible. And this sits at just about 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. It stays at that temperature 24/7. We never shut it off or really turn it down, change it all that much. So we've started with the optic ball once again. And just a reminder, if anyone ever has any questions, please feel free to just grab my attention. And I do see a couple of new people, so just to point out, we're working on some goblets at the center bench, and you can see some examples of these on our front pedestals right here. So this is the process that I've been highlighting. Then over on the right, if you're curious, we have some hands-on workshops going on. So they're making some small things like ornaments and floats and paperweights over there. And this is something you guys can do yourselves. They have these workshops going on all the way through Sunday. So the cone that we're inside of is actually more aesthetic than anything. It's based off of these old wood burners that used to be along the waterway right here. They were used for burning leftover wood scraps from logging. And so it's just kind of paying tribute to what the area used to be and used to be used for. It's based off of that shape. Yeah, one aspect that makes it pretty functional, it's tilted on its side a little bit to give us some more floor space. And we just brought over some color, attach this to the very base of the stem for our goblet. And this just gives us a little dot of color at both the bottom and the top of the stem. As some of you may remember earlier, we were adding those dots of color to the bottoms of the bowls as well, the drinking portion of the goblet. And because the rest of the glass is clear, you can see that color through all of those individual components attached together. And that color kind of reflects through just a little bit. And then we start bringing over bits of clear. And the goal right here is to create a disc on the very bottom of the stem, which we then attach our foot to. And this is a blown foot, so it starts as a bubble. So yeah, to break glass off of our pipes, we dunk the glass into water, and that creates thermal shock and cracks the surface of the glass or wherever the water touches. And then it just slowly kind of, those cracks spread through and continue to pop the glass off of the pipe. So we do have water buckets throughout the hot shop to do that for the most part. That's what was happening over there on the left. Yeah, we're creating that bubble for our foot, but in the meantime, we have to keep this piece of glass warm as well. We're not altering the shape, but we do have to go inside of the furnace every once in a while, make sure it doesn't drop too far below 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And once we create the foot for this goblet, it goes really quickly, and then we very soon attach the bowl to the top of the goblet, and then we just have one entire finished piece. Which, just to mention, I know people have joined in here and there, so we have already created the bowls. They're sitting inside of the silver box called the garage. It's just staying warm in there. Now for this blown foot, it looks like they wanted a texture on it. So we stuffed this bubble into a mold. This gave us ridges across the surface of the glass, and then we twisted those ridges to get this sort of spiral texture. So now all they have to do is kind of superheat this bubble, bring it over, and then drop it onto the end of the stem. And to turn this into a foot, they'll section the bubble off and then break that end section off, and you can see this leaves an opening behind in that remaining section. So we'll be able to go from inside and start to flare this open into our sort of plate-like shape for our foot. And to finish the foot off, we're sandwiching it between the jacks, those two metal blades, and this wooden paddle. Just straightening everything out. And pretty soon, we will attach another pipe just to the center of the bottom of the foot and then break the stem off of the pipe that it's on right now. And it looks like Sarah is already preparing the bowl of the goblet. She has to pick it up on the end of another pipe and then start to lightly heat it up inside of the garage. There's a little flame in the corner of that box. So just like that, we've broken the top of the stem away from the pipe. So now we have access to the area that we want to attach our bowl, which of course is the drinking portion of our goblet. And I know a few new people have joined here and there, so just as you're coming in, we are finishing a goblet at the center bench. We've already created the drinking portion of the goblet. We've just finished the stem and the foot, and now we're getting ready to bring everything together. And to bring it together, we're heating up the top of the stem, going to kind of smooth and round it out, and then we'll bring over a fresh molten bit of clear, attach that, and then immediately attach the bowl, and that bit of clear will act like glue and hold all of the pieces together. Yep, so this part of the process happens pretty quickly. We've just attached that bit of clear, and then immediately attached our bowl. And then we just break away this second pipe that we used to carry the bowl over, and that piece is done. Well, we have to straighten everything out before we put it away, but all of our pieces are assembled now. And to straighten this out, Ben is using a wooden paddle. We do use a surprising amount of wooden tools in the hot shop, and they do burn up over time. But wood is a relatively insulating material, so when we touch it to the glass, it's not pulling a lot of heat out of the glass, and it's making sure to not break the piece, basically. Very important. And then we apply a little bit of water just to the very end of the pipe and then tap the pipe. And that was a successful break. Let's give them a round of applause for finishing that goblet. Thank you, everyone. And this has gone inside of the annealer, this large black box. It sits at just about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. And we will continue loading it up till the end of the day, which we then press a button, and everything very slowly cools down for about 12 hours. So we won't see those pieces again until tomorrow. And yeah, we just keep cycling through, making different shapes and textures of goblets. And then once again, over on the right, we have some hands-on workshops going on over there. haven't been highlighting them a whole lot, but this is something that you guys can participate in as well. They have these workshops going on through Sunday. Yeah, so we already have started our next stem. We do have one more bowl set aside that we'll be able to attach to this when we finish. And just like our last goblet, we are creating a solid stem this time as well. So some of these, they have blown stems. There's only one example out on the pedestal that has a solid stem through and through, and it's the one that's furthest to the left. It's really skinny. And to make sure the stem stays symmetrical and straight and even, Ben first went in with the jacks and was working on that area where the glass was connected to the optic ball. And then using the diamond shears, which was the tool that he just had in his hand, he can actually hold onto the glass and pull, kind of using the glass as a handle itself. Yeah, we're just trying to stretch out this little bit of glass. And after straightening the stem out, this is when we would apply just a little bit of color to the very bottom of our stem. So this is our only little glimpse of color that we're seeing in our goblets today, just a little pop. So we bring this over and apply it just to the very bottom of the stem once again. And this is the same area that we'll be attaching the foot of our goblet. We've just brought over a small bit of clear, attached that right over top of the color that we applied, and this has been flattened into a disc. And this is exactly where we will be attaching another blown bubble of just clear glass. And this will become our foot. So starting that bubble over on the right. So to create this blown foot in particular, we have stuffed the bubble inside of a mold. And this mold has given us all these little ridges just from the top to the bottom. And it looks like we're leaving these ridges straight this time. Sometimes they'll twist them to get kind of a spiral around the entire piece of glass. And that bubble is then sectioned off. All we have to do from here is heat it up one more time, bring it over, and then we can attach it to the bottom of our stem. So we attach that bubble and then cut it off. We'll next go through the process of opening this bubble up so that we can flare it open into our foot. And to open this up, we section it off using the jacks. We're not squeezing all the way down when we're sectioning this glass off, so air can continue to pass through those two sections. And when we break off the end of the bubble, you can see this leaves a small opening behind. So from here, we'll be able to go in, flare this open wide. And just to point out, the bowl that we'll be attaching to the top of this goblet right here has the same texture slash pattern that the foot has. So it has all of these little ridges across the surface of the glass. So to finish the foot off, this is being sandwiched between the jacks and the wooden paddle, just straightening everything out. And it looks like Sarah is already preparing to bring the bowl of our goblet out. Sitting inside of that garage, it was staying just at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. We have to preheat it a little bit. There's a flame in the corner, and then we'll eventually bring it over. So we've just attached a pipe to the center, the bottom of the foot, and then broke the top of the stem off of that original pipe. And then we'll make sure that this is centered before we move on. But it moves pretty quickly from here. I always point out They have to do this pretty quickly because the only step remaining is to attach the bowl to the top of the stem right here. And to do so, they simply heat up the top of the stem, and then they attach a small little bit of fresh, hot, clear glass. Then they immediately attach that bowl. So we've just attached that bit of clear, and then immediately attach the bowl of our goblet. And just like that, all of our components are assembled. We'll do a little bit of straightening up before we officially break this piece off and put it away. But this piece is pretty much done. And we fully finish this goblet, so we apply a little bit of water to the very end of the pipe and then tap, and that piece is completely finished. And so the annealer, if you haven't seen one of these already, this large black box, it holds all of the glass we put inside of it at just about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. And at the end of the day, about 5 p.m., we'll push a button and slowly cool everything inside of it for about 12 hours. So we won't see those pieces again until at least tomorrow. And yeah, then the cycle continues. Please feel free to ask me if you guys have any questions. The next thing you'll see them make, they'll probably start working on some bowls again. They'll make a few of them, set them aside, and then start making the stems. So welcome into the hot shop to those who just joined in. Right now we're working on making some goblets at the center bench. And these guys are our Museum of Glass hot shop team. They work here full time down on the hot shop floor. And then over on the right, we're doing some hands-on workshops, which you guys can sign up for as well. They'll be going on through Sunday. And yeah, I'll be mostly focusing on the goblets at the center bench. We are just getting started on the process over again, where we're starting with the bowl, the drinking portion of the goblet. We'll make 2 or 3 of them usually, set them aside, and then start making the stems and assembling everything. So this is the process of making the bowl. To the very bottom of the bowl, we just applied a little dot of solid colored glass. And we'll apply a little bit of colored glass at the base of the stem too, so we'll just have these 2 small dots of color. And since the rest of the piece is clear, everyone will be able to see the color kind of through the individual components and throughout the piece a little bit. And next we bring over a bit of clear, and this is the first part to our 2-part avulio. And avulio is basically the connection between the bowl and the stem of the goblet, this super dainty component. Pretty soon, another pipe will be brought over and then attached just to the very end of the avulio. And then we'll break this piece of glass off of the pipe it's on right now. And we can start to open this up and finish off the bowl. So we've just broken that piece off of its original pipe. And from here, once again, we'll start to flare this open a little bit. And yeah, we will make about 2 or 3 of these, set them aside to keep them warm. If I didn't mention it to the newcomers yet, if you guys ever have any questions, feel free to let me know. So before we fully opened the piece up, quickly went in with a pair of tweezers. We were pulling more than we were pinching just to kind of stretch out that area of the glass, and then we trimmed off some excess glass. So this leaves us with a nice thin opening. Everything is pretty even. And we're going in with the Sophietta as well. That cone blocks off the opening to the piece, allowing us to re-inflate the glass. And for those who just joined in, welcome into the hot shop. We are working on making some goblets right now, which we've been working on these all day today. This is practice and preparation for Goblet Week, which is January 15 to 19. Also, we've started to use a little bit of a different tool here at the center bench. We're using the Pachofis. These are two wooden blades instead of metal blades. So we can actually use the tips of them to push from the inside, and it's not going to cause any gouging or scraping in the glass, which can become pretty obvious with really thin pieces like these. You can really see those lines. And it looks like they have finished the bowl at the center bench, so we're getting ready to break it off. Torching just enough to cut at this connection with a pair of shears. And then we tap it off onto a heated plate. And this is set aside with the bowl that we created just a moment ago as well inside of the garage. And this keeps the glass at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which will prevent thermal shock, but also not keep it hot enough to change the shape. So we do have 2 of those bowls stockpiled, and just based off of the amount of time we have, I assume we'll be making the stems and actually assembling the goblets together now. And I've been sharing a video today every once in a while that shows how we get color in glass. This is something that we haven't seen in the hot shop today. even though we usually do see it pretty frequently. But we're working with goblets right now, and those do tend to be clear for the most part. So, show you a video. This explains how we get color, and it visually shows the process as well. Could I have the color overlay video, please?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So we've created the optic ball while we were watching that video. The optic ball is basically just this little portion at the top of the stem. We'll continue to build the stem from the top to the bottom until eventually we reach the foot. So we've just attached a bit of clear to the very end of our pipe. And we've just blown another small clear bubble. We'll bring it over and then quite literally drop it onto the optic ball that we created. So this will create the longer portion of our stem, of course, and this is hollow. Once again, it is a blown bubble of glass. So we're sectioning this small bubble off, mostly just shortening the stem. And we've brought over that color one more time. As I mentioned earlier, we are attaching a small little dot of color just at the very top of the stem and the bottom of the stem. So this is the last bit of color that we're using. And next we bring over some clear glass. This is attached right over top of the color. And eventually it'll be turned into and flattened into a disc just at the very bottom of the stem. And this is where we attach the foot of the goblet, of course. So we'll start preparing that foot as well. And of course, to create the foot for this goblet, this is also a blown bubble that is brought over and dropped onto the bottom of the stem. They give it a little puff of air and then cut that bubble off of its original pipe. So now we have the sealed bubble on the very end of our stem. And to turn it into our foot, we have to open this up again. So first, they'll section the glass off. We're not cinching all the way down when we're doing this. So when they break this end section off, this leaves a small opening behind into the remaining section of the piece. Or into the remaining section of the bubble, I should say. And after heating this glass up one more time, we can go inside of this bubble and start to flare open into that plate-like shape. And you can see how quickly this glass cools. We started flaring it open, and we already have to heat it up right away again. So we finished off the foot of our goblet. The next really important step is attaching another pipe just to the center of the bottom of the foot, and then we'll break the stem away where it's attached to the pipe, and that's where we'll be attaching the bowl of the goblet. So really there's only a couple more major steps in this process, and then they're pretty much done making this goblet. So we just attached that pipe. And to break this piece away, all it takes is a little bit of pressure and a tap on the pipe. That pops right off. So this last step is pretty quick. We've heated up the top of the stem just a bit. We'll bring over a fresh molten bit of clear, and then we'll immediately attach that bowl. We've been preheating that bowl inside of the garage, by the way. There's like a little flame in the corner in there. And just like that, we have all of our components assembled. Just break away that second pipe, and then we'll do a little bit of adjusting, but this piece is pretty much done. And to break the piece off, we apply a little bit of water and then tap the pipe. And that was a clean break. Let's give them a round of applause for finishing that goblet. Thank you, everyone. And this is going inside of the annealer alongside all of the other goblets we've created. Sits at just about 900 degrees Fahrenheit in there. So despite what you may think, this is eventually going to cool the glass down. It just keeps it warm and happy at first. And yeah, I think we'll have one more goblet to finish. And then we'll be pretty much done for the day. Each of these goblets individually are taking 30 minutes, 15 minutes to create the bowl, and then 15 minutes to create the stem and the foot and attach everything together. They're a pretty quick process, and you have to work with this glass fast. Otherwise, you can get the glass too hot, and it can melt and change shape, or you let the glass get too cold, and it immediately cracks and breaks from thermal shock. So it's just a delicate balance, and that's what makes these goblets so tricky. There's just so many small components coming together. So this bubble that we're blowing out right now is definitely way too big to be a stem component. So this is either going to turn into kind of one of these fancy cups, or it's going to turn into the bowl of a goblet, the drinking portion once again. So keeping the jacks, those two metal blades on the side of the bubble, is kind of forcing the glass to contour to the shape of the blades. This really helps create straight, symmetrical pieces of glass, especially when we're going for shapes that are similar to cylinders. And to flatten the bottom of this piece, we're just pushing on the bottom with a wooden paddle. And we'll do something interesting. This is very subtle, but we'll push the bottom of the piece in very slightly for most blown pieces. And this makes it sit more evenly on a table. If if it's perfectly flat on the bottom, perfectly flat, it's not usually perfectly flat in the end. So it's much better to have kind of a dimple in the middle. And to create these little decorations that you see around the base and closer to the rim of the glass, we're bringing over small bits of clear one by one. And this ruler has all these little ridges across the surface. So we immediately apply that fresh clear, we roll over top of it, and this is creating small ridges in those little stripes. And for each of these so far, they've been creating 3 lower stripes and then 2 upper stripes. We'll see if they go with the same thing this time. And for anyone that's recently joined, feel free to ask me any questions if you ever have any. It doesn't have to necessarily be about what you see on the floor either. So now that we've created those lower stripes, we'll come over with another pipe, attach it right to the center of the bottom of the piece, and then we'll break our cup off of its original pipe. If I haven't mentioned already, this is something we do for basically any blown piece. We always will eventually need access to the other side, so we flip the orientation by attaching another pipe and then breaking it off. So after heating up just the front of the piece, Ben is going in with some tweezers, and he's stretching out this section of the glass near the opening, mostly pulling. And then they cut this excess glass away, anywhere those tweezers touched. And this is when they attach those upper stripes. So they keep the opening relatively small, like it is right now. Then eventually they'll come over with some more bits of clear and attach it to the upper section, just like they did the lower section. This time we're not doing any texturing. We're going to keep these stripes smooth, just untextured clear glass. So we actually have exact examples of what we're making right now. It's going to end up looking like these cups that we have on both of our front pedestals. Yeah, just some really fancy drinking glasses. And to finish this cup off, we're just going to continue to open this up and flare it out a little bit more. And then it's just as simple as tapping the pipe to kind of break the piece off. It looks like they're still finishing up their hands-on experiences over on the right, so if you're curious about that, this is something we have going on through Sunday where people can come down on the floor and make some small items such as ornaments and floats and even paperweights, among other things, I'm sure. So we've just knocked that piece off. We're torching the bottom, hopefully getting rid of any sharp ends that might remain, and that piece is completely done. Let's give them a round of applause for finishing our last item of the day, I believe. Yeah, that's going inside of the annealer alongside all the other pieces we've made today. And eventually we'll press a button, slowly cool everything down. Yep, so it is like I thought. We don't really have time to make anything else down here on the floor. So this is a really good time for questions if you guys have any. And there is about 7 minutes till the museum closes, just to warn you all real quick. I have tons of information to give you. I have videos to play showing off different techniques, so feel free to just ask me any questions you have. So how do we make anything in the hot shop? It really depends on which person is making it and what you're trying to make, but in most cases it's as simple as adding a little bit of molten glass on the end of our pipe, blowing into the end of our pipe, and that air passes all the way through and expands the bubble like a balloon. And then we just shape it from there using a variety of tools. The black box? What was your question about it? Yeah, it cools it very, very slowly for about 12 hours. So if we were to just leave a piece of glass out that we finished, it would start cracking or breaking apart in a matter of seconds to minutes, depending on the thickness of the glass. And that's just from thermal shock. It happens if the glass cools too quickly or if it heats up too quickly as well. There are videos online of people pouring boiling water on windshields in the winter, and that's a really good example I like to use, and that can crack the entire windshield. So something to avoid, something to keep in mind. So these furnaces, like when we turn them on in the morning, or yeah, so these, honestly, they warm up pretty quickly. We turn them on 30 minutes to an hour before we get started in the morning, and that's pretty much it. But the glass furnaces, the ones that physically hold the molten glass, those actually stay on 24/7 and we never turn them off. And if they were to turn off and cool down, it can actually damage the ceramic tank that the glass is sitting inside of. Yeah. What's the what? Oh, so the glass melts. It starts to become softer over 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, but the texture that we see coming out of the furnace, like it's honey, that is at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. So these glasses and cups, these glasses, for example, these take about 30 minutes each, and then sometimes if we're adding extra detail, they take a little bit longer. These cups are pretty fast. They're like 10 to 15 minutes each. So it depends on what you're making. Those pieces up there, for example, those are bigger. They have a lot of different designs and colors, and those are going to take hours, if not an entire day, for example. And there are even multi-day projects as well. Yeah, thanks for stopping by.